we're back. We're back. We're back. We're back. We're back. Okay. I am totally out of practice. And totally apparently just bumped my big webcam. Alright. I was like, don't you dare touch me. Okay. Face cam, desk cam. I think we're good to go. So, hi. Welcome back. My name is Katie. There's a big old truck of hay going down my back road right now. My sunflowers are in bloom. Some of them, I swear, are like 10 feet tall. Actually, probably approaching 12 now that I think about it. Maybe 11. Because I think our fence is like... Oh, we got one of the little tiny multicolor ones too. Yay! Just one. Everything else is like the giant, massive ones. Anyway, I think they were supposed to get up to 10 feet, but they actually look like they're closer to like 12 feet now. I don't know. Today is... no wonder I'm having such a hard time. That's so distracting. Today is September 3rd, 2025, and we are 4 weeks out from needing to be done for Knit City. Which is both a lot of time and not enough, always. But we're going to do our best. Kids are now in school full time and more time when Dallas is home as well. I've already told him that basically this month is like sewing gremlin month. So when he's home next week, do not expect to see me. Sort of shit. So yeah, that's where we're at right now. I don't know what we're doing today. We're right in the middle of like getting a bunch of crap kind of finished. And by crap, I mean lovingly handcrafted. No. It's prep. Prep and prep and prep and prep and prep and prep and prep. So today I'm going to baste together the drawstrings for the Kato, and then they're kind of at the point where I need to then also trim down drawstrings for them and clip everything together, which actually is a really good task for when the kiddos are home. We also need to go in and match all the zippers for the small box bags. And there's a few things I still want to cut. I had that whole ambitious list. But what we ended up doing instead is we actually swapped the studio again. I know, right? Last time, I swear. I promise. But the kids had been like, we had set up that room for them that was really nice, blah, 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 blah. But then they were still coming out here to like hang out with me and everything like that. So what I've done instead now is they're in here again. It feels way better. It's opened the room back up. It solved a lot of the fabric storage issues of like, well, the sun's going to like fade the fabric and all that. And so just swapping it back, it already, like, even when it was like piled against my cutting table, it already felt better in this room because it just opened back up. It's a very open concept basement with realistically not that much, well, a significant and not enough room in it. I'm sure you know, I hope you know what I'm talking about. So yeah, we did that, and it's like having everything kind of tucked away in that back room. The bedroom again is really nice for the fabric and everything. I have to tidy that up still, but whatever. Dallas was like, you're gonna have to tidy it before we go to Japan. I'm like, I know, don't worry. Anyway, so yeah, there was like 0 sewing last week. And then I've swapped my long run days to Tuesdays because Tuesdays are kind of a write-off day as it is anyway. So yesterday was the kids' first full day of school. I had to go into the city, I was going to run in the city, but it was fucking smoky as shit. It's still smoky. So I came home and ran on the treadmill, but I was highly unmotivated. So it took me most of the day to get myself on the treadmill to run. I also did like our grocery order and stuff like that. So that's grocery run, which is part of what took up some extra time too. You're like, why are you talking about all these like things that you had to do, Katie? Because I don't know what else to talk about. Nothing's been going on. Still just chugging along, I guess. And not even chugging along very well. Just kind of hanging on for dear life, I guess. in good news, I did actually track down the handbags I had been looking for. I did a dig under the cutting table earlier today, and I did find the Obi Sheena and a few other bags that we haven't finished yet. Now, I don't think those will be finished for Knit City, but they will be top priority after that. Yeah, so we're focused in on Kato. I'm going to pause any playing around with the spring roll pouch for now. There are quite a few things on that list, though, I still want to finish, like the vinyl cross-stitch pouches and a few other things as well that I think will actually still fit better. But spring roll pouches are what we're going to focus in on post Knit City. So between Knit City and for, it feels weird doing it for Fibre Shindig. Like I should be doing them for Knit City, but I don't think I have the time. Do I? I don't know. Okay, we're gonna pause on them for now, and then we'll figure it out. The whole shit show with the de minimis being taken off for shipping to the States is still a shit show. I am honestly still shocked that it went through. I was kind of hoping that if we just waited it out, it would be fine. Honestly, there's lots of indications that these are completely illegal. And if we just kind of wait them out, it should be fine. But it takes time to figure that out. So in the meantime, of course, we're all trying to make it work to the best of our ability. So if you are watching from the US, I am in Canada. The de minimis exemption being lifted means that I am currently not shipping to the US. I am shipping elsewhere in the world, however. So if you are not in the US, please come have a gander. And hopefully I'll see some of you in Knit City. But yeah, I don't know. Room feels better. We're just, yeah, trying to keep the motivation up. I don't know. It's waning right now, and I'm like, no, this is like the most important time right now. So we're focused in on the Kato, and then all that. I'm a little bit later today because there's been a whole cross-promotional thing that we've been doing on Instagram with a bunch of Canadian makers, which has been super useful. And then I cleared up my digital archive a little bit because I was like, I have so many pictures of old stock and very few pictures of new stock recently. So basically I got rid of it just so I'm not taking up the space anymore. So yeah, the current step that I'm doing is the basting of the drawstrings for the Kato bags, which means that basically it's a really long stitch. It's a 5mm stitch that will just hold the two layers together until we actually get sewn into the bag. I did attempt to not do this last time and it worked, but it was super stressful. So the basting of the drawstrings continues because, these are the drawstring channels that are going to be installed into the Kato to make the drawstring channels. This is the step before they get installed. So kiddos have had a swap up for where they are in their classroom, which I think is a very good thing. The eldest is a little bit weirded out that they're upstairs rather than downstairs this year, but I'm like, no, there's a reason for that. And the youngest is thriving downstairs because they were getting picked on upstairs, and I'm just like, I think it's also a little bit like space constraints. There's more space upstairs. I think they might have more older kids this year. I'm not sure. So, but it definitely broke up the little boy gang picking on my youngest, so that's good. I'm glad the teachers saw that, and yeah, they responded to it accordingly. Edmonton Public School Board took our provincial government's book ban to the extreme, so they actually repealed it for now, although now that it looks like there's a bunch of other rules happening. It's one of those situations that's like, what are you trying to cover up? Are you trying to cover up something? What are you trying to cover up? Like, why are you banning books? As a lot of people have pointed out, the people banning books are never the good guys. Ever. I'm not going to go far into it because there's just so much going on right now. But, yeah, they're like, it's wild. Just go watch her like backpedal, like Danielle Smith backpedal about this, because honest to God, it's like, we never intended it to be used this way. It's like you gave very unclear guidelines for how it was actually supposed to be used. So what the fuck are you talking about? What they're trying to do is target LGBTQ, as they have been their whole term, and basically wrote it so it didn't sound like that's what they were trying to target. And so the Edmonton Public School Board took it to the letter of the law, legislation, and now they've had to backpedal. Yeah. So even if you're not Canadian, well, and even so, the author of The Handmaid's Tale, Margaret Atwood, actually responded to this whole thing, and it was quite well done. Anyway, we're gonna do the last of these drawstrings. And then I know I said that we have to do leather, so I think I can't remember I don't think all the exteriors are actually sewn together. We'll have to take a look. I think all the interiors are done. The ones that are beside me are the ones that are all ready to be like smashed together with an interior, and I think they're already stacked in such a way. Yeah, like they've got their here, 1 second. Like, what do we have in here? We got the interior, and that's it. We need to like split them into what leather colors they need next. And then let's take a look in the other bin, because yes, we need to do zipper colors, but if I can avoid that for a little bit longer, I will. We're not going to be able to avoid it for much longer. I also feel like we haven't gone in and actually sewn the majority of these exteriors though, so I'm thinking we also need to go into the taupe bin bag though and just try to see if there's any more, or if there's any kato to rescue out of there, because there's definitely some missing based on like the drawstrings that I have here that I'm sewing. Flynn, by the way, is on quality control inspector duty. I tried the thought process that I had of sewing the vinyl into the middle of the like using like the luggage tag technique, but sewing the vinyl into the middle as I was doing the whole thing, and it did not work. It's quite spectacularly failed. I'm trying to think if there is another way to do it, but I don't feel like there is. It's going to be like sew it, unless I do the binding method, which I'm like, I think the luggage tag method is still more efficient and creates an okay bag. I think what I do need to do is figure out a way to make sure that one side at least of the vinyl is covered so that you're not getting caught on it and like tearing it when you're pulling the project thing in and out. So I'm not sure. Well, the other way I could do it is you could just like, I guess, clip out the middle and iron it and then sew it together, really. Anyway, a little bit of experimentation earlier. I had a repair I needed to finish, so I finished that. Digital archives cleanup, a little blurb written. It was a productive morning. Still late getting on, but you know, productive morning. Productive enough. You can tell they're going to need to go pee here soon, which is ridiculous. And I will be going for an afternoon coffee around 3 p.m. because I tried a like 3/4 quarter caffeinated pot last night, and I was still exhausted. Well, I have a feeling that was from the run, not necessarily because I was like, yeah, I decided to take the time to actually rest last night. Just remembered that my eldest was asking for tortellini for school tomorrow, so we'll have that for dinner tonight. So, and then I'll pack their lunches, I guess, right away. Although I need to wash their lunch kits. I pulled one of the lunch kits out today, and it still had like hummus in the middle. I was like, oh, well, that's disgusting. Yes, it's been run through the dishwasher, but apparently it didn't get like swished out well enough or something beforehand because it's just a great big clump. I'm like, all right, so that has to come out completely before we wash them. So the eldest ended up going with like a bunch of little containers because I was like, well, that's just gonna go through the dishwasher again later. We ran late. We're still on like a little bit of summer schedule. The eldest so this is my mistake. I went in and I tried to put them down to sleep at like 6:30 last night. Because the eldest, and rightfully so, I understand this, was like, I'm tired. I'm like, okay, well, let's go to bed. They didn't fall asleep until like 7:30, and then the youngest didn't fall asleep until like 9:30. And I was just like, oh my goodness. So tonight, we're going to do dinner, and then we'll come downstairs in the PJs, and I might just like make an iPad or TV watch or something, and we'll figure it out. Okay, I'm going to finish the drawstrings, and then I'm going to go pee, and then we'll get rolling on trying to find the rest of these Kato. I know the tote bag bin went into the fabric room, so what I'll do is I'll grab it out, and then we'll just take the ruler to them and figure out which ones say out, because I have a feeling some of them are like have just been incorporated in there, because when you're looking at them quick, sometimes it's hard to tell apart, because unless you're comparing apples to apples, the oranges don't show up. i.e. the measurements between the tote bag and the Kato are only 3.5 inches difference, and so size matters in this case, but it's hard to tell apart. So I'll grab that bin as I'm coming back down, and we'll look through it. Almost there for what we have here. Wonder how many I actually have that haven't been finished yet, because that will also inform my decision if we need to cut more of these. So thank you so much for your support of Vibrations. I'm pretty sure I already have like been on since Vibrations, but everyone descended upon the Kato and they were lifted away to their brand new homes. So I'm like, okay, I'm kind of debating if we even focus in on small box bags, because they have not been selling as well as I thought they had been. But I also haven't really been to as many Fibre shows. They've mostly been like everyday shows, not Fibre specific. And the small box bags definitely do better at Fibre specific. So I think we're still going to go in and we're going to finish up the small box bags, but we're not going to cut any more for a while. I think that's what's going to happen. So after like Knit City, we'll focus in on all these other new ones I want to make and some more Kato. We definitely still do need mini traveler slings and a few other things. I have misplaced a lot of my cut pieces for the minis though, so I'm debating actually ordering the template, or if I just cut out another template. But honestly, I think I'll just cut out another template because it's way cheaper. So All right, last one, and then I'm gonna go pee, and then I'll come back and we'll do the Kato bin dig. Wonder, actually, maybe we'll match up our drawstring channels first, and then that'll tell us what we need to actually look for in the bin, because I know that there's some missing, but I don't know what's missing. So I think that might be the better decision. Or we can go in and clip everything and, no, I mean, like I meant put it together to like assemble, but no, we'll match first. Because like I know we're missing this vending machine, and I think we're missing postal animals. We're definitely missing the outline cats, and like sushi restaurant cats. Yeah, there's quite a few missing still. So let's pull these all up, and then they'll give us, and then we can do our counts as well for leather. So I will be right back. So I was right, and they're basically right on top. That wasn't hard at all. I'm pretty sure this is what we're looking for. What? What do you see? Are you fly hunting? Sounds like it. Anyway, here we go. This is all the, I'm pretty sure this is all of the ones we're missing. Or damn close. Now the question is if we have drawstrings for them, but I think the majority of them we do. I think we just sewed them. The only one I'm questioning is maybe this one. But honestly, if I don't have one out of all of these, that's fine. Okay, so those will need their bases sewn onto them. I'm wondering if we should go in and sew the bases onto the rest of the tote bags as well while we're at it, because why not? Because clearing this massive bin out would be fucking amazing. Because honestly, there's a lot in here that have not been finished. Oh, there is a fly in here. That's what Flynn's like fly stalking right now. Okay. Let's focus in on the Kato first. Please. Especially since I missed some drawstrings. Damn it. Oh no, Katie. Fuck me. I thought I'd gotten all the drawstrings done. God damn it. Okay, well, and then there's a handle to top stitch as well. Fuck. Okay. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to start by doing our leather counts, which will also give us a number for how many we actually have to sew here. Basically, what I'm going to do is I'm going to divide them up into black and brown. But we did find, if you just joined, we did just find the ones that I've been missing for like this whole production schedule, I guess. These need to be top stitched and finished for actual drawstrings. And we're going to take the pile that I have here and we're going to match them up, I guess. I don't know what I'm doing. Do I ever actually know what I'm doing? No. Some of these do actually have their leather already. Some of these don't have their drawstrings yet. I just finished them. So I think we'll start there. This one is a tuxedo cat with the blue. It's like one of the last ones we sewed, I think. Okay, so yeah, let's process the drawstrings first. And the drawstrings is how we'll determine what is black and what is brown. So like this with the dark teal. I feel like you guys need to be a little bit brighter. It's like I have my curtains open, but because of the smoke, we are so dark right now. Auto exposure. Actually, I don't think it's exposure. I think we just need to go up in brightness. Too bright. Too bright. There. That might still be a little... Whoa. I do not understand it, but OBS for like going to Twitch always overcompensates and freaks out when I do any changes. Okay, there we go. All right. Yeah, let's make a black and brown pile of drawstrings and then we'll match them up to their bags. There we go. Black, black. I know this sounds a little bit perverse, but the bird should be brown. Black fans is obviously black. And then I think everything that's in the bin here hasn't, like this set of drawstrings is actually part of its set of drawstrings. I think that's what kind of hung up, like what made these guys get hung up in production. I guess that's where I'm at with it right now. Most of these are going to be black. Let's just go with that. Some of them will be brown. Hi, Flynn. How are you? Yes, I know. You're a babbity. Yes, just a babbity boy. Hi, bud. How are you? No, that's my snack. Leave it alone. Okay, this one, because I already have the package ready, it just needs to be clipped together, is going to go there. Hey, stay out of it, dude. That's my... not yours. It's like a cucumber with hummus. You cannot tell me that that is appealing to a cat. Just trying to counter surf without actually counter surfing. Anyway, what a way to end the summer though. It was like basically we crammed all the hot weather activities I wanted to do throughout the summer into a week. It was like, all right, time to go to waiting. Oh shit, stuff falling off the table in the back. Anyway, is it surprising? No. Yeah, like, well, let's go to the wading pool. Let's, oh yeah, we tried to go to the rodeo. We just went to the free day in Cochrane. It was Labor Day weekend. Which was not what I was expecting. I was expecting like true rodeo, which means to me in my head, I know it's also ranch skills. But like at least saddle bronc or bareback or something like that. No, it was all ranch skills, and it was cooking. It was like 30 plus degrees. So we left after about half an hour. Then we had pedal pub with my book club ladies, which was really fun. Dallas came on that. It was good. I really enjoyed it actually. I make that sound like I was thinking that I wouldn't enjoy it, but like it was actually more fun than I thought it would be. The one in part because this is like the first summer for this one in Cochrane, and it's only one brewery putting it on. The ones I've looked at previously have been in Calgary, and what they do is they go like pedal in between breweries. So I really want to go try that one now, to be honest, because I think that would be even more fun, rather than being like only having like one beer and stuff like that, or one type of beer and things. So anyway, that was fun. Yeah, it was just like, yeah, I was kind of hell-bent on making sure we got some of our summer stuff done. We have had intermittent nice days, but I don't know, it's just been so rainy this summer that it was just like, ugh. Anyway, yeah, now we're back into school, which is insane. It's not like the kids really ever left school, but yeah. What time is it? 1 o'clock. Okay. Well, we're definitely cranking along here to actually getting a lot of this finished at least. Oh, I am missing that one, I think. Okay, I wonder what other ones are in there that I'm missing then. Because it feels, so that top pile was definitely the ones that I had at the front of my mind. But I bet you there's more. Because like the owls, I don't see their drawstring here either. Phantom wrist vibrations. How do I have two flies in here? What the hell? Actually, I know. Never mind. Dolls had the like garage open, and then also the house door was open, so I'm sure they came in from the garage at some point this weekend. Okay, so we currently have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 brown to cut. Five brown leather. Then we have, this is a scrunchie, so that doesn't count for anything right now. Actually, I'm gonna have a quick look through the pile here, because we were working on stuff here the other day, and it wouldn't surprise me if they just kind of got buried. Like, would it surprise anyone? No. It's looking like we've got a lot of them here already. Okay. Alright, that doesn't mean that they're not here. This is a very, like, generalized dig. Oh, no, that's a big bag or something. Not drawstrings. Okay. Nope. Nope. Cool. They could also be in the bin still because, honest to God, everything's all over the place. Anyway, 5 brown drawstrings so far. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28 black for now. Excellent. Okay, so 28 black. Now what we're going to do is we're going to go in and match up the ones that I know for sure are here. Because yeah, it looks like there's some down here that should have their drawstrings, but still might not. Okay. Anyway, fans don't need to be in this pile. We're good there. So it has its interior and it's not its leather. The tuxedo cat's back there has its leather. That one doesn't look like it's part of anything yet. This one we just finished. I saw it. Okay, so 1, 2. And what we're going to do then is we're going to make a black pile and a brown pile for the leather as well, because otherwise that's obviously not getting communicated. Most of the time it's super obvious, but you know what? Make it easier on my brain. If it doesn't take up as much hard drive space, like the less hard drive space it takes up in my brain, the better. Because we need to save that space from other things. Like knowing where all the bits and pieces are. Which is also a fail right now. Okay, sushi. Although honestly, for how many we had of these cut, the fact that we've kept the majority of it together since what, like January, I am personally impressed and pleased, mostly. Am I slightly annoyed as well? Always. I always overcommit and then have this issue. So I really do need to figure out how to like make this work for me better next year. I'm actually going to ask Dallas if he'll help me, like when we do get back from Japan. It's like, can you help me like fold the fabric after I iron it, please? Because that's going to save me actually a significant chunk of time if you were to do that. Okay, this is the first brown. Pop over there. I love that we just like tidied up and now everything is everywhere. Okay, where's your... So I don't have the drawstring for the budgies. Weird and annoying. I don't have them for the popcorn there either. I do have them for this dog popcorn. Oh, and a lot of these do already have their leather cut, which is nice. Okay, those two are already cut. Actually, and this one's already cut. But honestly, having like extra cut is never a bad thing for the leather. Always end up running into stuff that hasn't had leather cuts, so whatever. We can deal. Okay, dragon. Right, because these were the ones that I had been like, all right, we're gonna finish, and then mwah, mwah. Totally gonna finish these before vibrations. Yeah, well, we accepted that fate a while ago of these are not gonna get finished for vibrations. So many drawstrings to still sew. My God. Wait. Okay, so all of those down there actually are, oh, yeah. So this doesn't have a drawstring sewn yet, but it's got everything else, including its leather. Okay. So that means that all these bags that I've been putting over here being like, these need leather, are actually already done. That's what this says to me. So we're gonna go through and match everything up first, and then we'll go in and we'll be doing clipping at some point, probably tonight. Even though it's boring. Just tedious. And it's still production run, so it's a lot. But hey, at least the leather's down here already, so I don't have to worry about that. I have not trimmed the, right, it's just flat trimmed. It's not angle trimmed yet. So that'll be something we have to do before clipping it in. That's fine. Easy enough to accomplish. A couple more hours and I'll go get a coffee. Just make it upstairs, not actually leave the house to get coffee. That's dumb. At least right now. Boom, boom. Okay, so these were all the ones I had already sorted the drawstring into. Now I'm just sorting it so that the leather is also in these packages, because there's no point in going back through again later and putting the leather in. I might as well just do it now. Okay, so there's all the black. Leather's done. So I might not need to cut quite as many as I counted, but we're still going to cut as many as I counted, because again, more leather's better than not enough. Plus, I think that a lot of these guys, yeah, these ones are already like mostly ready too. So let's just keep rolling along here with the ones that are like mostly finished, because why not? Actually, should this be black with the sweets party, or should I do brown? I think brown might look better. It's a fairly delicate color to print. Yeah. Brown. And the birds need drawstrings, but I haven't seen drawstrings anywhere for it. So hopefully we track those down in our thing here. Oh, fuck me. Okay, that drawstring needs to be assembled, because that's something that we decided we're going to do now. I tried to do it without like basting the, okay, this needs drawstrings, so I'm gonna put it in a separate spot. Yeah, last round I tried to do it without basted drawstrings, and it was just, it went fine, but it was more nerve-wracking, so we're not going to do that again. Okay. Now I think all the interiors are sewn. I hope all the interiors are sewn. And hey, at least this increases the count of bags that we actually have ready to go without me having to cut more, so that's nice. Okay, this one does not have an interior or the drawstrings basted, so I'm going to throw it down with the birds, because in my brain that makes sense. I don't know why. Don't ask. Even I don't know how my brain works. Flynn, what are you doing, bud? Stay out of that. Okay. There's a text. Is it something important? No, I know what this text is. Never mind. Get out of here. All right. Flynn. Yeah, you Fluff. Come on, Fluff boy. Yes, you are the Fluff boy. And that is for sure. The fluffiest of the fluffins. Mm-hmm. Hello. Whoop. Okay, I don't actually know how many were in here now. More than I anticipated, that's for sure. Hi, cat. Hello, putty put put. That needs a trim down. It's very wobbled. Ding, 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 ding. Dude, what are you doing? Okay. So seeing what we have here, I don't think we need to worry about cutting more cotto. I thought that we might need to sit down and do more, but honestly, I think if we finish these, we'll be mostly set unless I see some sort of like egregious slack. I'm hoping Tara's able to come out this weekend and help me turn, and then we can kind of determine that. I do need more, like, there's other things that I do need to finish more of, so that's why I'm kind of like, okay, I hope we can just like work with what we have for the cotto at least. Like I said, now given that I don't actually, like, I'm pulling stuff that was partially like ready to go. I don't know what our actual final counts are right now. Sure, we'll do a final count when we've actually got everything turned, I guess. Not how I like to run my cut schedule right now, but you know, deal. We have before, we will again. Why do I not? Okay, I'm gonna throw ones that we don't have drawstrings for actually in the laundry basket that's down here. So that makes more sense, kinda, I think. There's an interior here. That's basically ready, and then yeah, there's a whole like whack of leather there. There's one pocket lining. Not quite party animals is here. Needs its drawstrings finished. And that's why I don't have accurate counts right now, is because we need to finish drawstrings. Channels. Go. Okay, so those are all the ones that have all the bits and pieces together. Or close enough. There's the owls. Okay, because I have the fabric, but I don't have the drawstrings. So it actually needs to go in this pile. There are a few more that are missing their exteriors, but we're damn fucking close now. Okay. Not their exteriors. They're missing their, they're missing stuff. Something. Okay. So yeah, so there's stuff like these guys need to be smashed together. I can tell it's older because I haven't used gray for a while. I don't have the drawstring channel for the parasols, which is wild because it's been in the thing for a while. Okay. I do, however, I don't have the drawstrings for that. I do have the drawstrings for this. I think one might still need to be cleaned up. So I'm going to put it on its side, on the side of like, all right, maybe. I do have actually quite a few of these. There's a couple missing. Looks like I have more missing drawstrings now than I have missing exteriors, which is good. We've shifted it. Okay. Now, I can't do much about missing drawstrings for now, but we'll figure it out here soon. Because, yeah, there's some here that don't have any base either. All right. Oh, there's the drawstring for that. Oh, but it doesn't have a canvas base. Okay. There. I understand that. That is a cotto that hasn't even been cut yet. Just like, I'm ready to go when you're ready. I'm patient. I know you're always patient. Okay, we can do the ruler cats. I have not seen the bunnies. I have seen this guy. Okay, let's match up our drawstrings to the ones that we have for sure here. Okay, so I am missing. Aha. Okay, so there's the ones I had a few questions about don't have bases yet. All right, so we don't have a base for this canvas linen, which is somewhere in here, or cotton linen, which, no, I just don't have a drawstring for it. All right, get out of here. Dogs. It needs to be repressed apparently. All right. And I don't have the drawstring for the knitting. Okay, cool, the cables. We do have the drawstring for the blue. Now I just need the other piece for the blue. And everyone will be happy. I don't have the drawstring for the black yet. It's somewhere. I do have the drawstring for this one. It needs to be finished. Okay. Okay. Down there. We got this. Perfect. We have the pom-poms. The blue. Good. We have the ruler cats. It just needs to be finished. We had the purple. It just needs to be finished. I don't have that one. I do have Inari's foxes. Oh, and I do have the gray. It's in the unfinished pile. Cool. Okay, so that one. And I saw Computer Geek in here. The purple, the cats, Inari's foxes. Perfect. I don't have that one right now. I do have Computer Geek. I have pigs. Did I have, yeah, ruler cats over there. I have pink cats. I have, cool, ruler cat. Did pigs go down in there already? Yeah, pigs is down there. Okay, pigs. The pink cat needs to go down. Good. I don't have the pastel or the cat or this guy. Okay, I don't have this one right now. Don't know what happened to those then. Purple, yes. Inari, yes. Palms, yes. Puffs, yes. Computer Geek, yes. Pig, ruler, pink cats, other palms, yes. Pastel, nostalgia scenes, no. And, oh, wrong way. Okay. And then I have a whole stack here of ones that got put into the tote bin, which tells me that there might also be some bases in there. That would make sense, right? All right, so let's match these up and then we'll go from there. All right, so these already all have matches. They just need to be like, okay. This I know just got sewn. There's that other piece for that we don't have everything for. Snow White doesn't have drawstrings for some reason. This one needs a bottom. This one needs a bottom. I have postal animals right there. Do I not have? Okay. Let's pull out the ones that have been like actually stitched together because that's actually the ones that we're missing the stuff of. Okay. Okay. Postal animals. In the middle here. Sushi restaurant cats. Knitting. Cables. Sushi restaurant cats. Do I not have this one? No, I thought I had this one. Okay. Plonk. Hopefully, because that's some of the last of that fabric. So. Okay. The line art cats. Fridge or vendor cats. Vending machines. The other cables. Owls hasn't been stitched yet. And other birds, other wild birds. Cool. Now. Okay, so this is where it might be useful to actually go in and sew the tote bags. And then focus back in on the kato afterwards. I know that sounds a little bit counterintuitive. Actually, what I should do is finish basting what we have here. God, I know I said I was going to wait till 3 for that coffee, but I might actually go get a coffee now. And then I could do like a half calf at dinner with the kids. Because then the hope is that it'll come online tonight. And we'll match, or at least I'll be able to work tonight. And I can match up zippers to small box bags. Because that's, actually, yeah, we'll do... Ugh. These tote bags are a mess because there's so many of them and they have not been selling. Okay, let's take a look at what's here. Because what I'm wondering is if some of the canvas that we need to finish the bottoms of some of these other bags is actually in the bin. at this point, the majority of them should actually be sewn to their bases. No, never mind. They're definitely not. All right. Yep, let's jump, whatever. Because the Kato is in a weird spot. So let's jump to finishing these bases on the tote bags that I have cut. And then that'll determine if we need to cut more bases for the Kato, which I don't think we're going to need to. But I don't know. It's like, is that actually the right size? Yep. It's actually a little bit large, which is fine too. There's also a lot of spectacular bags in here that I would love to have finished. Like a lot of the brighter bags are still in the bin, so. Okay, so those need to be sewn onto their bases. Although at the same time, a lot of these have been finished, which is wild. Okay. Okay, so there was the crop that we were going to attempt to finish before something. But yeah, clearing up this bin would be fucking amazing. Goals, 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 goals. There's a couple of the bags, I think. No. Yes, there's one. There's one Kato. There's one Kato. Or it should be a Kato. It's not quite wide enough to make a tote bag, so we'll pop it up there for now. Okay. That's navy canvas. That's not something I regularly offer, so onto the cutting table with it. Okay, yeah, a lot of this is tote bags, so may as well sew it up and then at least onto the bases, and that should determine if we have any bases. Oh man, there's some good ones in here that need to be repeated on the other sizes. And I still stand by the fact that I think we need more tote bags for the ones. It's so counter, but I think having more tote bags sewn will mean that I sell more tote bags that I have currently finished. Sounds ridiculous, but sometimes having more options is better. Sometimes having less options is better too, because sometimes people get overwhelmed. But I think this is a case of like we need to finish up what's here, and then everything else will kind of tick along a little bit better. So, all right, I think the rest of what's in here is the linings, which is awesome. A lot of these do already have their base sewn on. So what I'm going to do in those cases is I'm actually going to leave them out. Am I leaving them out? What do they need done at this point? They just need zippers, really. Okay, so no, yeah, all their handles are going to go back in. Because that is a spaghetti monster mess on the floor right now. Okay, so the handles have to be sewn in at the same time as the, yeah, okay, cool. And then there's some of these that are like partially finished. So we're just, yeah, all this stuff that's right here, just gonna go back in the bin. And considering that we cleared out the majority of what was in the bin, it takes up far less room. This thing was a beast to lift too, so that does tell me that it looks like the majority of the Kato that we don't have bases cut for will need bases cut for them. And I'm still missing 2, and I'm missing a bunch of actual drawstring, which is super annoying because some of these are actually their last cuts, so I may or may not have fabric for them, which is easy enough to solve, just fucking annoying. Okay. Yeah, I need that coffee. I'll be right back. I'll make the coffee and then I'll come down and we will zoom through on these exterior tops to go to bases. And the Kato bin, actually the Kato bin is like 80% empty now, so we're going to take that. I don't know where some of these drawstrings went. They're probably on this desk over here beside the laptop underneath other work. Would we be surprised about that? Because I wouldn't. It's probably the best guess right now. Yeah. Okay, so we'll pop those up there. I don't have the strawberry drawstring, which is wild. Or the birds, which is like... This one's weird because I'm like already clipping leather onto it. And popcorn. Oh, popcorn just needs a lining. Okay. That's easy enough to resolve at least. Okay. Well, that cleared up a good chunk of what was beside the desk now. I'm going to push that Kato bin back there because anything that we have that needs to be finished is more or less in here. So what do I do? Well, actually, that makes it easy enough that we could cut interiors and pockets and canvas without having to do a bunch of the other work. That's probably what I would do. Okay, coffee. There's other things to do first. BRB. I am whispering. But we're back. I did end up tracking down the strawberry. Although now I'm like, okay, do I have all of these? Oh, whatever, we'll just finish them up. They're stitched, so I feel like the pile is, they're somewhere in the pile. Anyway, we're gonna baste these while we've still got basting. Then these are gonna be dark threads, so they may as well wait until after I get the tote bag bottoms sewn on, because those all have to be dark top stitched as well. And yes, I'm a computer geek who will look good in black. Okay, and then these ones are stitching. This has to be cut, 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 cut. Okay, so those will go over here with the tote bags. Those have been trimmed in half, and then these ones need to be trimmed in half. Excellent. Okay, I am armed with coffee. Will that improve anything? Who the fuck knows? I still don't know how many we have, because I counted, what, like 33? But that was before I found the pile of them that were ready and just needed leather. And that I had already had the leather. So actually, I don't think we need to cut any leather right now. No, I think we processed everything there. At least the majority. Yeah, because we matched leather up with all the bags, because now they're over there, and most of them are just waiting for their drawstrings now. Okay. And then anything else, we're kind of waiting for like bottoms. I think we got to cut more canvas bottoms. I don't know why that's funny. Yeah, more canvas bottoms, and then I think we're good. So tonight we're gonna sew all the tote bag bottoms on now. And then tonight I think we'll go in, because I gotta do zipper matching for small box bags anyway. We may as well do zipper matching for tote bags. That's my thought process. And then, yeah, then we'll be set. We are going to try and finish the small box bags in time for Knit City. So I think what we'll do is we'll do all the matching and start the sewing of that this week. And then on the weekend, I'm going to pivot in. No, I want to have as much ready to turn by the time that Tara comes out, if she comes out this weekend. I should know today. Even then, maybe I can convince Dallas to like help turn some bags. Because then what I can do is I could cut mini travelers and stuff like that next week. And then just have a finished palooza. Because if I could have a half dozen like spring roll pouches, that would be amazing. But the spring rolls are still like in experimentation. So that's why I'm like, don't know if they'll get there. I am going to try to get a few more backpacks, or get some backpacks done. The current two that I have are definitely like second/samples. I'm going to have a whole bunch of seconds available to purchase at Knit City. I haven't determined price yet, but basically it'll just be like better than wholesale probably. So like cover my costs and maybe my time. Maybe not. I haven't decided yet. Basically, just recoup my costs. Now, the one thing I am wondering is if I should prep some fabrics for sale. Would anybody be interested in some like fat quarters? I'm thinking this might be easier online, because like then I could just do the yardages, and then it could be like, all right, XYZ. Like order this for this yardage and stuff like that. I'm thinking that that might be a good idea. It's not my worst idea, that's for sure. Yeah, but if you want to see that Knit City as well, actually it'd be easier online. Because there's definitely some that I want to de-stash or like move on to the homes where they'll be loved. More than my home, my studio. And I have tried de-stashing like the yardages, but like everything that has been desired before has gone. So that's why I'm also thinking it's like maybe head into like cutting those down and stuff like that. All right, 3 more to baste together, and then we're going to go in and going to sew exterior tote bags to tote bag canvas. Then we'll go in and we will top stitch everything. And then it's looking like I'm going to need to cut more canvas. For the kato, which is easy enough to do. It's on the wall. I just got to kind of sweep everything off the cutting table. Yeah. Yeah, I agree, Flynn. I don't know why. I've hit a wall. Oh yeah, so we, I guess we may as well go into book club books. We read, or we're reading Laura Thalassa's newest series. It's got 3 books out right now. It's 2 books in like the contemporary magical, I don't know. It's not paranormal, but it's not like medieval either. But anyway, it's Bewitched, Bespelled, and The Curse That Binds. Bewitched and Bespelled were really good. And then, my God, The Curse That Binds was a fucking slog. I struggled with it so much. And I went out for coffee with one of the women from book club the other day, and she was saying that she got like, she was so into it for the first 30%, and then it just like slowed right down. I kind of wish it had been a standalone other series. I think it would have been better. But the thing that like bogged it down is like, oh, look at how scary his powers are. And I was like, well, that's not cool. He's so morally gray. And I'm like, yeah, we got that. Like at the 10%, 20%, whatever mark. And then the last portion of it was just basically the same fucking thing that you start the second book out with. I'm like, well, that's not cool. Like, so the only way I finished this book was through the power of sped up audiobook. The only other time I ever speed up audiobooks, I do not. As a 99.98% rule, I do not speed up my audiobooks. It makes it hard for me to listen to them the majority of the time. And I just don't enjoy it that way. I know a lot of people who do. So I'm not trying to disparage anyone. It's just not my typical fashion of reading or listening to audiobooks. Anyway, those are kato under there. Okay. Those are the ones that need canvas now. So these are coming up. And this is going to move back because those are kato. Those are not tote bags. There we go. Okay. Tote bags are here. Anyway, yeah, I had it at like 1.45 and I was like, even through the sexy bits, that's how bored I was with it, as I didn't even slow down for any of the spice. I was just so fucking bored. So, needless to say, I'm very glad that I'm done. Okay, actually, I am going to pull this out as a. Actually, I'm going to pull the tote bin this direction and put it right here. That's what it will do. It can be a staging area for the fabrics. Right? I think. Yes, there we go. Okay, so canvas, 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 canvas on one side, exterior on the other side, and then we can just pick it up as we go. I've got a pair of shears in case any of these aren't cut. Blah, blah, blah. We're good. So yeah, so I was very bored. I did finish it. I'm done. Our next book for book club for October is Bride by Ali Hazelwood. Lots of people really enjoy it. I hear that's probably one of those ones that you either really like it or it's just not your taste. And I can see me going, honestly, I've liked everything that I've read of Ali Hazelwood so far. So I think it'll be fine. It's definitely not my typical read, but I'm excited for it. And then for November, we're reading Heavenly Bodies by Ermani Eru, I think. I know that it's an IE. Like I for the first name, E for the last name, sort of thing. Which I've heard our lady in command really enjoyed it, so that's why we're reading that one. I'm also excited for it. And then Christmas is He Sees You When You're Sleeping, which is apparently a stalker romance. I don't know. We'll see. I'll report back on that one. But Brimstone, which is the second of the Quicksilver trilogy or duology. Hopefully it's a duology. I don't know. But the second of the Quicksilver books is coming out in November, so that's exciting. I'm currently listening to the Atlas Complex, which is the last in the trilogy by Olivia Blake. Okay, is it that way or is it this way? That's the way that the selvage runs. So this is why I needed to make sure I had shears on hand. Yeah, so I'm super excited to finish that. It's definitely one of those ones that's a mind fuck. I can't tell I can kind of tell what's going on. I don't know if I even fully know what's going on. None of the characters do, I think, so that's part of it. So we're kind of discovering it all together, I guess. I don't know if I like that kind of narration, but I'm I already finished the first two, so I want to finish the last one. Just get it over and done with. So yeah, listening to that, and I was starting The Spell Shop by Sarah Dunst. But then this loan came up on a skip the line loan for the Atlas Complex, which means that I only had 7 days to listen to it. So I'm going to listen to Atlas Complex first, and then I'll go back to Spell Shop. Bride, I will read. I have a physical copy of it. So I'm going to bring that out to Knit City to read as end of day stuff when it's I don't even want to talk to you, Tara. Tara does not take offense to this. She will be the exact same. We love y'all, but Knit City is intense, and we also have 20 hours worth of driving together over 4 days. Because we drive out and then we drive home together. So lots of time spent together. We have to figure out what we want to actually listen to this year. I'll have to chat with her. I was going through to delete photos today, and I stumbled across a photo of my eldest right before took it. I must have dressed them before going to my in-laws, before I went and dropped them off to go to Japan in November of 2022, and I'm oh my god, they're so tiny. So tiny. Ridiculously adorable. They're wearing one of my favorite sweaters for them. And then I was all oh my god, I wish we were, as usual, wish we were going to Japan now. There's a lot of good reasons not to be going to Japan right now. Mainly, I didn't want them out of school for a long time right at the very beginning. Especially the eldest, starting kindergarten and stuff like that. Dallas is off work, but I was no, you're staying home this year so that they don't have to miss any school right as they're starting. especially with going to Japan in February. I'm like, we're going to miss enough then. Although it works out that we'll be in Japan actually. One of the weeks will be the actual like proper reading week break sort of thing. So I'm like, okay, well that's good because then they'll only miss like 4 classes instead of 6 or something like that. Not that you will convince me that Japan is not educational as hell. So also I don't feel like it's going to be an issue. Although I do need to email the teachers and be like, all right, she won't be there. Preschool already knows because I put it in part of our care as like, what do you plan to do next year? And it's like, we're going to Japan, so we'll see you after this. They won't be here these dates, which helps them too, because then if someone's like, I need emergency care, they'll know that they have those spaces available. So, yeah. They released the points charts for Tokyo Disney, for the like hotels. So everything lines up that we'll be able to use points at any hotel we basically want to book at, which is amazing. Just got to decide which one we actually want to book at, or like we'll have a ranking system because some of them have better perks than others, really. So there's that, which always like shifts it a little bit. The polar bears that don't have the drawstring are probably supposed to go with one of those blue drawstrings that I keep like stumbling across while I'm trying to figure shit out. That's probably what happens. I watched a live from No Moda Taylor last night. They were live while I was like doing bedtime, and I was like, oh, grabby hands. Kept seeing like penguin and cat fabric behind them. I'm like, oh my god, I want it. Please, please, please be there in February. Actually, hilariously enough, I was caught sight of the penguins that I saw in the live last night in my screenshots this morning when I was clearing out the archives. I'm like, ah. Speaking of which, I need to actually go in and clear out my archives too. But it was like, time to delete the stock photos of stuff that just doesn't even exist anymore. I kept all my fabric photos because I think what I'll do is we'll go in and use those. I'll just shuffle. Actually, yes, that's how we do pre-orders a little bit easier. So, is that, then I can just use the photos I already have. I've also done pre-orders before, but since we've got new products and stuff like that, we'll just do new listings, because why not? Okay. Now, not all the fabrics that you do see here are going to be available for pre-order, simply because a lot of them end up being fat quarters that I have. I don't necessarily have yardages. So if there has been something that you've seen and you're like, fuck yeah, I want that, let me know, and I can always take a look as well. Like, I'm always happy to do that. But the vast majority of fabric that I have available will be available for pre-order in some form. I just gotta decide how. Because it's like, last time what I did is I did it as like bag style. But I'm wondering if I should do it as like fabric. So like this fabric, and then you can get X, Y, Z out of it. Like a kato, a backpack, a small box. That would probably be easier from a variant point of view, like keeping track of stock and stuff. So that might be what I do. Or like, yeah, because like spring roll and stuff like that. Yeah, I think that's what we'll do. So probably what I'll do, it'll be like, all right, so we've got X, Y, Z. Like, this bunny print is available in, yeah. And after Knit City, I will go in and we'll do, well, maybe not directly after Knit City. After Fibre Shindig, we'll definitely have an actual shop update as well. I'm realizing that I haven't actually had a full shop update for far too long. But we'll get in and do that after Fibre Shindig. I don't know. I have had time. I probably could have done something after Odafest in like June. What happened in June that I didn't? Because I think that was the promise. Oh, I did belt bags, but I didn't do anything else. I have told Tara that we'll be drawstringing and barcoding. We'll be barcoding in the hotel, and she's already offered to like drawstring on the way out. And I'm like, good, because I wasn't gonna give you much of a choice there, lady. Good, because that's what I already planned on. She can drawstring. I can barcode and enter them into the laptop. We're good. So. Hey, Flame Blonde, what's up? What's up, buddy? And the other nice, so I'm like, the thing about it is it's a little bit of like, the eldest needs to stay in kindergarten, but the other part of this is that honestly, not having the kids in the truck significantly helps with like truck packing. We do have a topper for the truck, but honestly, I probably can fit the 20-foot booth under the tonneau if I can get the stock into the cab, which will happen because there's not going to be any kids, so I can flip up the back seat of the truck and put everything in there, which will be amazing. And the nice thing about having driven out for Vibrations is I've already got a pretty decent idea of what everything looks like for construction. Perfect? Never, because it's always shifting. Better? Yes. Okay, this looks like it might actually be only half, which I do have more cuts over here. What is going on? Are these intended to be totes too? I'm asking you guys like you know. You might remember. I think those are actually ending up to be intended for Kato for those ones maybe. That's definitely a tote. I only have one piece of the pink sweets party, so just keep an eye out. It's probably in here somewhere. Who knows? I'm going to add these guys back in though, because why not? If I run out of canvas at the end, remind me that I just randomly added one in that I found. Because that's the way we do it. It is so dreary outside. So apparently the temperature is like 28 degrees, but because of how heavy the smoke is, it's like it's cloudy. There we go. Lynn, you are very pretty, but you're also very in the way today. You have like a bed right there, sir. It's like I'm just gonna shift just a tiny bit. Would you like me to place you in your bed? Is that what we need? Do you want your bed to be moved? You know, or do you just want your blanket out because you were enjoying just the blanket? Put the blanket in the box because he was all like, "Yeah, box." I'm like, "All right, we'll put the blanket in the box." But apparently, we might just need the blanket out. Come here. Look at this. Come here. He's like, the thread, Mum. You're always giving me shit about the thread. Yes, I am, actually. There you go. How's that? He was like, hell no. Why would I sit over here when I can be a pest on your fabric? If it's not the kids, it's the cats. If it's not the kids, it's the cats. Boom, boom, dun, dun. If it's not the kids, it's the cats. I'm like sitting crooked to this though. It's like the bin's not actually in my way physically, but apparently mentally my brain's like, don't touch the bin, don't touch the bin. It's fine to touch the bin. Nothing, I'm not gonna damage the bin. by tapping it with my like wheel. Hi, cat. Okay, come back then. Come on. Here, at least don't lay on my fabric. Like, lay on your own blanket, please. Right here. Thank you. That is acceptable. These cats need to be repressed. That's what's wrong, is there's a big wrinkle on the side. So I'm going to pop them. We had a pile. Shit, where did they go? Okay, well, there was a pile of ones that need to be pressed again. So I'll just pretend that I just added it to that pile. You feel like, Katie, this is a lot. I know. Very good. We'll get them all done for Knit City, though. I have sold 14 totes in 2025, however. So this is going to be the last run on totes for a long time, which is fine. I also am going to go in and I'm going to pause on the large box bags for at least... Well, okay, I'll make a final decision after Knit City. I say this, and then I'm like, we'll probably sell out at Knit City. But they are also not selling amazing. So I think we're going to slow down on some of the ones that have been like the tried and trues for a bit. And we're going to add in some new ones. Basically what it means is I feel free to take my time after Knit City and put it into new product instead of all going into older styles of product. Let's put it that way. So for now, though, it'll be a pause on tote bags, especially large box bags, and then small box bags. But honestly, small box bags is fine. We still have 150 to sew right now, or at least 100, I think. We're going to count after this. And actually, we'll go in, I think, and we'll clip. Maybe that's something that we'll do in prep, is we'll clip all the twill that we need for the ends. It's a good reminder. I probably need to order more twill. Maybe. I don't know. It's like one of the last things I have through Amazon, and I'm like, I just realized the other day that I should find another source for it here soon. So full disclosure, as much as I would love to have all Canadian made fabrics and everything like that, the interiors and the canvases used on these are from the US. Unfortunately, we don't have the manufacturing capacity for it here in Canada. So that what I do though is that I make sure that I am purchasing a lot of these fabrics from Canadian suppliers. So my interiors and the canvas all come from, and the pocket fabrics, so all of that come from a supplier out of Montreal. And then you'll start seeing some different fabrics for interiors here coming up for pockets and stuff. And those are all actually going to be from thrifted shirts and sheet sets that I buy. Actually, mostly duvets that I buy at that place being like Goodwill and Value Village. So we'll be doing a lot more upcycled pockets this year. Not really for the Kato. They take up a little bit, they take a significant amount of fabric, but what I'm leaning towards is the smaller cuts for the mini traveler slings and the backpacks, actually, because I've got some cool shirt backs that will like be perfect for making pockets in the backpacks. That's what I'm kind of leaning for. And especially the mini traveler slings from stuff like the duvets and things will look really good, I think. So yeah, a little bit more unique. I'm not going to go completely upcycled fabric because it's the time effort into making sure like upcycling still costs time a lot more than new fabric. So like it's not feasible for the amount of product that I make for the Kato and stuff like that. So that'll still be new yardages. But like I said, then those will be sourced through a Canadian supplier. A lot of my hardware comes from China, much like most hardware comes from now. Again, that is one of the things I do actually purchase direct from China, from Chinese manufacturers, along with the scissors. There are Canadian suppliers, but again, at the quantities that we use, I don't get a good enough wholesale break. But I do use them as backup if I need to. And then our snap hooks right now are all coming from a supplier in Calgary, along with the black D-rings. So gold D-rings and zipper pulls come from China. Black D-rings, gold snap hooks, and the gunmetal snap hooks all come from the Calgary supplier. Probably also through China. Cotton webbing comes from the Calgary supplier, and our leather all comes from Calgary as well. I don't know if the leather is imported or not. I don't know if Canada has tanneries. But I will be purchasing at Buckskin Leather Co., which is a Calgary wholesaler. Although sometimes I will still be purchasing at Tandy. Tandy being American, but sometimes, again, can't avoid it. Now, this has been something I have been working to maintain Canadian suppliers actually for long before this because of the exchange rate. The exchange rate was actually what pushed me to find Canadian suppliers for a lot of goods before any of this trade nonsense. So that's why it's just kind of like, it's not something that I even really had to think about back when it became a hotter button topic. So now, again, obviously the fact that it's coming from the US is still going to impact those costs, but at least I am being able to support local business, or more local business. It's just such a weird thing though, because we are such a global economy, and being fiber artists, like fiber arts has been a global economy since we were out of settlements, tent settlements, with wool markets being some of the first markets created, sort of thing, and silk the same way so it's so weird to talk about, yes, we definitely need to shop local, but Canada doesn't have the infrastructure to be self-sustaining for its yarn or anything like that, at a hobbyist or anything else. And we don't have the mills to spin yarn for clothing weight or canvas weight or any of that. And the mills that we do have for wool mills are not really, they're all spinning for hobby level, not commercial textile level. So it's a wild conversation to have right now. Yeah, it's not like we can raise merino sheep in Canada either, my God. Those poor sheep. Far better off in New Zealand and Australia and etc. Totally contradict me if I'm wrong though, because honestly I said that off the top of my head and I'm like, wait, do we raise merino in Canada? I know there's Jacob, which are the wild ones. They're like the cousin or sibling to the Manx Lowton, which is a wild looking one as well, but the Jacob with all its horns. I think there's Southdown, and I'm talking about Alberta area because these guys are the ones that show up at Stampede. I think there's Southdown, Wensleydale, Jacobs, and a couple other breeds I can't remember off the top of my head. A lot of what is raised in Alberta is meat sheep. We actually have quite a strong meat, sheep meat market. And the problem with that being, in terms of wool, is that unlike a cowhide that can go get tanned, most meat sheep don't produce good wool. There are some breeds that do both, but not very often. He's enjoying his little spot here. That's good. It actually freed up a lot of space on that other desk. So if this works, that would be amazing. I already put our cats on the calendar with my mother-in-law because I do not want them in the house by themselves for a month while we're in Japan. So I was like, here's our dates. Approximately, of course, give or take, like, we haven't booked flights yet, so like give or take a day or two. And Dallas and I were discussing of like, he won't even like come home really because we're going to fly out on the Monday. So he's going to fly in on the Monday and we'll leave. And then we're going to fly back on the Thursday and he's going to go back up to work on like the evening flight on the Thursday. So come sell me out in Knit City, please. Please come sell me out so I can buy our flights to Japan. I've done as much as I can kind of to do. So we got our hotel bookings except for one. Actually, 3. We're going to move a couple times in Tokyo because we're going to move from, we usually stay at the Park Hotel in Tokyo, which is really nice. But it is like an extra hour and a half transportation time from Tokyo Disney. So that's where we're going to go from. So we're going to go from there to Tokyo Disneyland to stay there with our points for a couple nights. There's no way do I want to pay cash for Tokyo Disney hotels. And then we're going to actually go stay at the Dinosaur Robot Hotel. That's down in Maihama as well. Because the kids will lose their fucking minds about it. I think it's pretty cool. But that's only a one-night thing. And, like, stuff like we will have already shipped our, like, baggage and stuff like that. Because the one thing is I'm like, okay, how do you ship baggage from this hotel? Blah, 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 blah. Like, I can't tell. So we'll have done that from, like... Actually, I think we'll have done that from park and then just stay with our carry-on. And then we can shuffle our bags when we get to the airport, sort of thing. Yeah, that feels... Or keep one bag or something like that. One bag's manageable. One bag, carry on, and the kids. Actually, that sounds a little bit like a nightmare, but we'll figure it out. I did track down umbrella strollers for them the other day, because I was just like, I think we would be insane to do this with without. So, but the problem is that they're both approaching 50 pounds. So we ended up with like a pretty heavy duty umbrella stroller, but they're half the price for the 2 on Facebook Marketplace, which was amazing. They're in Calgary though. So we drove in and got them. And yeah, it was just, Dallas was like, we'll check these at the thing. And I'm like, no, we'll gate check them. Because then when we land in Tokyo, we have a stroller for the children to go in while we go through customs. So, because I was like, ugh, like they could do it, but it's not as much fun for us. And like on those days where we kind of have to hustle, or we want to continue exploring, and they're toast, and then they have somewhere to sit and like chill and nap or whatever. Dallas is like, these are heftier than I expected. I'm like, yeah, well, our kids are almost 50 pounds. And the ones that he's thinking of, like the umbrella strollers that people of my age group were probably in, so like 30 to 40, were like doll strollers. Anyway, but yeah, there was like, I read a blog post and it was like, oh yeah, no, she's like, I regularly loan out strollers for like 6 and 7 year olds. And I'm like, yeah, we're going to just do it. Whatever. Osaka Marathon applications have closed. So my results will be in by the time I'm setting up for Knit City. I don't think I'll be upset if I don't get out a lottery. Oh, well, okay. I will be upset because I do want to run Osaka eventually, but I won't be upset about not having to do training if I don't get out a lottery. That would be a lot of time back over the winter, and a lot less treadmill running over the winter. But yeah, I do want to run it if I get in. Well, obviously, I wouldn't have applied if I didn't want to run it, but you get it, I think. Dallas didn't get drawn off for the advanced entry, so we're waiting to see if he gets drawn from the general lottery. So we're just kind of in a holding pattern for that, at least. And that'll kind of determine a lot of our schedule as well and what we want to do. So, or what we can do, basically. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. It'll all be decided soon. Okay, we're a good chunk the way through these guys, which isn't surprising because honestly, tote bags are just straight line after straight line after straight line. Obviously, a little bit of finagling to get the canvas and exterior together, but I think honestly having, again, going by the old standard of the more selection, the more the sell, that's what we're going with. So like I said, and if you want the style to stay, please come buy it. Because otherwise, yeah, we're going to go to, I think large box bags are also out. But what I'll do with that is it'll be available for pre-orders. And I think that's what we'll do with the tote bags as well. I think what's ended up happening is that the Kato's kind of taken the place of the large box bag, which is good, I think. The Kato is easier for people to parse out the use for. It's a lot more useful across different markets for me. And I think the price difference between the two might not be enough, maybe. But I can't charge any less for the large box right now either. But anyway, we'll keep it on for pre-order. And then obviously you can always message me about that one too. So it does leave me with a bit of conundrum of like, okay, so what are we going to do with the back cut of the Kato? So we'll have to figure that out. We will. I'm not actually worried about it, but it is a bit of a conundrum because it's been nice that the back cut of the large box bag, or yeah, the large box bag can become the Kato too. So. Okay. No, that's too much upside down cats. Okay, I'm gonna do that one for this one. There's some OG fabrics in here. I've actually been using up a lot of the OG fabrics. That does not match. No, that is a skinnier cut right there. Does this match? Depth-wise? Closer, at least. Not much, not better, much better, but I didn't realize. I hope I haven't gotten a bunch that are like very different cuts. Damn. Okay. Nope. La 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 la. We're gonna ignore that. At least if it's the canvas being like differential or different, it's a little bit easier to like sort out. But yeah, still annoying. Okay, how are we doing? Probably about halfway. I didn't count these before because there wasn't much point. Because we're just sunk into sewing them. Look at me be like, we're not going to do large box bags anymore. We're not going to do tote bags anymore. And then Knit City will come around and it's like, that's all that will sell. I wouldn't put it past anyone for that to be exactly what happens. And that's fine too. That's good. That would be good because I've probably overcommitted on tote bags. At least I would be more likely to bring back large box bags faster than tote bags right now. And before you come at me, these are all whips. These have all been like in process for longer, some of them, than even the April cut, because these are some older fabrics. A lot of them have been like swapped over from being just the straightforward stuff, like the straightforward tote bags without the canvas bottoms. So that's part of it. And then the other part of this is that I did actually work on a lot of the whips the other day. So we did get the cat head pouches mostly finished. They mostly need to be top stitched. So that was an accomplishment. I was very pleased with that. We do have the reject pile from the Kato for vibrations to go through. I tried a new way of top stitching, which meant that some of the leather cord got caught. So that doesn't work. But it's an easy fix at least. I was super annoyed. And then I think one of them, the drawstring didn't get caught, which is why we're basting the drawstring together now. Okay, I'm extremely curious, and my brain is like, how many more? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That one needs to be trimmed. So 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Now, also, to be fair to myself, a lot of these did have to wait for those black zipper pulls to come in, and that's why they didn't get finished earlier in the year. We had to shift our focus onto the other bags. One, 2, 3, 4. Trim. Actually, this helps me find which ones have to be trimmed. 5, 6. 5. These both need to be pressed again, so I'll pop them over here. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 50. And there's 2 over there that need to be repressed, so 52. It won't be in the pile though until I press them again. 53 actually, there's 3 over there. 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60. Exactly 60 right now. Excellent. All right, I'm gonna trim these while they're sitting here because then we're done. And I will press those ones at some point today or tonight, I guess. Maybe. That might not have been the straightest cut. Oh well. La, 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 la. This one because that's salvages. The other popcorn cans. Now we do already basically have everything else prepped for these, which is the nice part of this. Meaning that we have all the lining cut, or at least the majority of the lining cut sort of thing. And we have, if not all, the majority of the webbing cut. So literally we just got to put this on the canvas and zipper match. I had already matched all the zippers, but obviously they've been sitting for a bit, so I don't know which ones go with what. And we do have a significant portion in the bin that is like tote bottom has been, like the exterior is ready to be assembled, but we haven't assembled it yet. So there are more than what we've done here. I would say we're probably around 110 to 120 tote bags right now, which is far more than I have space to display at Knit City. But the other news is that I do not have 20 feet worth of stock right now. So this will go a long way to filling that space. Yeah. I can't believe we're like 4 weeks out already though, like under 4 weeks out. Like, oh God. I know I said all summer that this has been breathing down my neck, but like truly it has been breathing down my neck all summer, right? So time to be ready, I guess. I don't know. All right. Just about there, just about there, just about ready to do the rest. Okay, so that 60 did include those 3 that we don't currently have ready to go. There's the pugs, or French bulldogs, the stray cat, and that other like rolled up cat that need to all be repressed. And actually, and then there was 2 more, I think, too, which were the bees. And something else, right? Where did they go? Oh shit, I thought they were there. Oh no. There was also bees that would be good to have done because the bees have been so popular. So Get it done. 60 bags, 60 bags, 60 bags. Just under 60 because we need to press the interfacing on. Okay, let's actually take this lid off for a moment then. There they are. So there's 62. Fuck it, I'm going off screen and we're pressing these again. Just because then they are in the count and I don't need to worry and blah, 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 blah. All the random things. Because if I don't get them done now, I'm not going to finish them later. Ooh, it's like sulfuric yellow outside right now. Lovely. Okay, so this is where the... So what fell off is my iron actually fell off the like hook that is supposed to be designed for an iron and held the Rowenta fine, but apparently this new Black & Decker is like, no. Actually, that's a good point. I think I should bring the iron out to do these because this is like a crease that needs to be ironed out more than it needs like pressing, and honestly the others probably just need an iron out onto it too. And then I don't have to pull the steam press out. I can just pull the other stuff out. Because we do need to do bookmarks and the like as well. Okay. There we go. Okay. La 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 la. Off I go into the scary storage room. Oh God. There's a child lock on this door. And a lot of the time it's adult locked as well. Also, this door is cranky. There we go. I moved the ironing board and the iron because I thought it was cranky because of the over the door hanger, but I'm wondering if it's just cranky. Totally possible because this door has been like it. We had to reinstall it, obviously, because it had been off of the room. Well, it was the kids' room this summer, so I don't know. Don't know. Okay, ironing board, ironing board, ironing board. Yeah, both Dallas and I looked at the fabric the other day and it was like, I think I might have a year of shows left in what I have currently. Which sounds like a lot. Like, okay, so you shouldn't need to go to Japan right now. But, like... It got proven when I was overzealous that honestly, sometimes it's not bad to have a backup. Now, access to these fabrics is a lot easier than it was pre-pandemic, obviously. But, Flynn, hey, no, dude. The wool mat is not yours. It's mine. Get out of here. Get. But yeah, it's still cheaper for me to go over because they mark up the pricing on the fabric quite a bit. So if you're only looking for a few yards, obviously far cheaper just to order it through like Nomura, who has an online shop and everything. But for the quantities that I'm in and shipping costs, that's where it starts to really add up disgustingly. So that's why, even though we're kind of like, I'm right on that edge, I probably could do one more year without a trip. But like, it'll just add an extra layer of security to actually have everything on hand. And hell, if something goes sideways again, then I have hopefully enough for a little bit longer again. All right. Bees. I'm just going to add them to the top of the pile because they'll be the next ones to go. I forgot I need another new ironing board cover. Do that maybe later today. Actually, what time is it? Oh, it's already quarter. Jesus. It's already quarter to 3? When did that happen? Oh my God. Hopefully this smoke also like clears off because I have speed work tomorrow. It's a 400-meter intervals for quite a bit. So it's like, I don't even know those on the treadmill, suboptimal. Can be done, but much better to be able to do them outside. Typically it's something that you could do on a track, or we do on a track, but there's a like 400-meter sprint section in Cochrane here that works. Technically we have a track, but since I'll be running these, it's at a high school, so since I'll be running these during the week, I can't use the track. And then on the weekend they're usually pretty busy, so. And I don't feel like driving all the way into Calgary tomorrow at all. Okay, some of these pieces did not need to be pressed again, which is awesome. So we'll just press the ones that do. Adhere ye interfacing. All right, now the cats. And we're going to press this, or just iron this whole thing, because it's just been stored poorly. We could use an iron. Okay, and then where was the crease? There's the crease. So I'll just spread it out, and we'll press that out. Yeah, that's better. Perfect. Probably not, but definitely better. It's definitely why it hasn't been made into a bag yet. Sweet. All right. Iron unplugging time. Iron's been unplugged. Just gonna shuffle this whole board over here because honestly, I need more bookmarks. So we're gonna need to do prep and make some more. They're prepped. They're actually all cut, but I need to interface a shit ton of bookmarks. I've got like a whole pile to go. So, yay. Okay. I need to go upstairs and go pee again. That one needs to be pressed again as well. What happened here? What happened here? It's mostly adhered, but not completely. Probably just impatience. Okay. Pop it back down on the ironing board. Pop it down on the ironing board. Good. Much better. Much more stable. Those are the last few pieces with the ultralight interfacing, actually. I totally covered up the bunny piece that we were working on. Oh no. So I'm going to move it to the top. Now I'm going to go to the washroom. And then we'll come back and we will finish up the last, what now, 63-ish. Oh yeah, especially because the cat's on the oven. I'll be right back. Alrighty, we're back. Okay, I also called my Selma, my hairdresser, because I was like, I knew I wanted to get this refreshed, this hair color refreshed in September. It's actually not doing bad at all, but the thought process being that like I would balayage the roots in a little bit more, but I was like looking at it, I'm like, no, I want to go full head again. The root grow, it hasn't looked as terrible as it did previously. I think we did a really good job of probably blending, like she did a really good job of blending it in a bit better than we have previously. Yeah, so I just called to make sure that like we had enough time, or that like I didn't have to swap the appointment or something stupid. So that'll be the Wednesday before Knit City, so it'll be nice and fresh for the weekend. All that jazz. It'll be good. And yeah, it was like, yeah, balayage and dye, it's basically the same. I'm like, perfect. They're super confused. I was like, I just want to go. They're like, you want to go all blonde? I'm like, no, I don't want a color swap. I just want to go full pink instead of balayaging it. Anyway, but it's important that I made that phone call sooner rather than later. Then I'll go. A couple of other aesthetic appointments I should need to go. I know I can like tweeze my eyebrows and stuff like that, but I started getting them waxed before the pandemic, and honestly, it's so nice to just have someone wax them. I know it's a service I don't require, but having all of my little eyebrow hairs pulled out at the same time is like amazing. So I should go do that as well. I might do that sooner than like within the next week or so though, because it's been a while. They have definitely thinned out a lot though since I started waxing them as well, which is nice. So I haven't felt the need to do it quite as often as I did to begin with. And who knows, that might be postpartum hormones, might have been babies stealing all the nutrients. Just like that. Who knows? I'm very curious if I have enough fabric or enough canvas for the tote bags, actually, now that I think about it too. This is all in service of my goals, but it was really hard to get myself back downstairs. I don't know why. My brain's having a hard time of it this summer for sure. It's just like, nah. Oh well. But we've got like just under 2 hours left. If I come back on tonight, which I do think I will, but what I'm going to do is I will just be doing like an ASMR stream. Maybe a little bit of chat, but, well, actually probably quite a bit of chat because it'll be zipper picking, which will actually be a bit more interesting, I guess. We'll like pick zippers and maybe clip the, like, those things to it, the handles to it or something like that. I think that's what we'll do. because then everything can just kind of tick along whenever I get a chance. Here's the thing, I definitely want some obi and kimono bags as well before we head out. What was I going for? We're not cutting more. I have decided we're not cutting more kato. And we're not doing the spring roll pouch right now. Like, I have some tote bags, but I feel like we're just going to go in and finish all the tote bags. I was going to make a note to myself, but I can't remember what it was. I was going to check the number of bottoms we have. That's right. 1, 2. Oh, nowhere near enough. 18. And we definitely still have like 50 bags. Oops. Alrighty, we're going to flip this pile and we're going to work from the bottom because most of those are the new fabrics on the bottom. Okay. One. Okay, so we'll get done what we get done today, and then I guess I'll cut more fabrics or more canvas for everything. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. How are we so far off on those counts? Because we definitely tried to match those. 8, 9. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. And we didn't add that many either. 18. Okay, so those are the guaranteed finishes right now. And then, because there is no more, no, there's no more canvas down there. Alrighty. Glad I actually went and counted on, because I would prefer these ones to get finished before anything else, for sure. But I will, yeah, because we need what? We need more kato canvas as well. So I guess we'll be doing some cutting for them, just not like major cutting. Now I hope we've got lining fabric for all of them, because I had assumed that we had lining fabric for everything. Oh well, whatever. It's not like we don't have more. I just have to clear off the cutting table, as I mentioned earlier. Actually, I think in some cases then this will be we won't 18. What does that leave us? Like 42? God, that's a lot. Like, I kind of wanted this to be the last hurrah for the tote bag, but that's a lot of tote bags still. So maybe we just, yeah. This is some tote bags that we finish for this round. And then we'll do another batch of tote bags towards the end of the year once I actually go in to cut canvas for them and the Kato. That's what we'll do. Because if I add any more normal line or like standard without, like, what I mean by that is stuff that we've made previously that I don't need to experiment with. If I add anything more, I would want to add more Kato anyway, so. So if we do end up cutting more canvas, then I'll cut more for the tote bags, because why not? So tonight's zipper picking will be both for the tote bags and for the small box bags. It's gonna be like, that's what we'll do next. But no, we'll go in and we'll top stitch all of this first. It's actually what we're gonna do next. Because there's still also Kato drawstring to finish of bags that like we just need to add canvas onto. So and there's still managed to be some fabrics that we have not gotten done for in Kato. So there's bins under the table right now, under the cutting table, that I need to go through again, especially if we are shifting away from the large box bags and they can become Kato. I do think there were some that we probably cut that became like the large box bags and stuff, and then haven't yet become Kato and things, so that's fine. And then there's other ones that it's like, all right, these are definitely cuts intended for other things, like eyeglass cases, which we need to stock on too. Or other various sundry pieces of like accessories and all that jazz. So. Flynn's like snoring behind me. Okay. love when we have just straight seams like this and I'm just able to like zip, 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 zip. It's not very often that this machine is able to go at the speed it's capable of. Buses are early this year. Some of these are super straightforward, like this for zipper color, because with these black cat ones, it's like, all right, just straight into the black zipper pile. Whatever. Some of them will take a little bit more thought, however, but yeah. Nice one. It's just like, all right, black, 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 black. Red, 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 red. Navy, 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 navy. Actually, I don't think there's very many navies left because I definitely focused in hardcore on the navy finishes earlier this year. And I think that's part of what's contributed to the whole, like, a little bit of a stall in the sales is because they were, like, a very similar color palette. So I'm adding in other colors here. Besides having a better selection, just adding another color palette in is also going to help, like, just help. Blackets and strawberries. Doom, 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 doom. We have to be down to like 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 10. 10 left. 10 left, including the one that I'm working on right now. Woo! Exciting. It's a lot of tote bags. And I bet you we're going to have to change the bobbin right before the end. Oh well. At least that means that I can like wind the next white bobbin and then we'll be set for when we switch back to white thread. Now, the whole thought process about having Tara come out this weekend was that she would be able to turn a bunch of bags. So we'll have to settle on something to finish in the next couple days so that she's got something to turn. And then actually while she's here, that might be while I prep bookmarks and also wrap up on Actually, yeah, that'll be when I do some of the cutting, like bookmarks, minis, cake cozies. We need to restock on cake cozies. Some of the smaller stuff that kind of, it can break up the monotony a little bit. The cake cozies have a couple steps, like we'll have to cut them, serge them, sew them, elastic, and then finish them. So that's part of it. Needle stashers are just, all they need is their snaps installed. So maybe that's something I'll focus in on as well while she's here. Yeah, we'll just keep cranking along here, hopefully. Like I mentioned earlier in the stream, I have told Dallas already, it's like I am a sewing gremlin for the next month. Sorry. Not really. Sorry, not sorry. It's like the one time a year where I have to be. I think I've done a lot better job balancing the two this year. It doesn't feel like it, but I think I have. Well, more family time, less sewing time, that's for sure. At least that's what it feels like. But buckle up, buttercups. We are attempting to stay in this saddle for now. Everything's still going. Excellent. Okay, 5 more. 5 more. 5 more. 4 now. 4 now. 4 now. And we do have 5, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Perfect. Okay. Brain is done. Brain is done. I've only been sewing for what? Not even 3.5 hours yet. And my brain is like, la, 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 la. What we gonna do? And it's like, we're gonna do top stitching next. And my brain is like, la, 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 la. No, you're not. And I'm like, yes, I am. It's like, no, you want to go do zipper matching. Actually, yes, actually, that is what I want to go do. But we need to top stitch all these tote bag bottoms first. Good thing I like the end product, and I don't mind the process. Da 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Working through it, working through it. We're stitching all day. Next up, is top. I guess top stitching does actually go faster because it's a longer stitch length at least. So, and I know I said I was gonna make tortellini tonight, but I'm like, maybe we're just gonna do pizza pops. I could go cook pizza pops and feed them on the way home. And there would be no fighting about food, although they do really like their cheese, like tortellini. I guess I got a little bit of time to decide that. And that one is in the reject pile because the interfacing isn't on it. So now we gotta choose one more. Oh, I'll do the... Actually, should I do turtles or should I do the black potato cats? Or there's the tuxedos in the little... Actually, I'm going to do the tuxedos in the quilt windows because it provides the most contrast. Like I said, I have a feeling we're going to come back to these before Knit City, but I don't know. But the turtles don't provide enough contrast, and the black potato cats don't really either. So we'll go with higher contrast right now. La 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 la. Higher contrast, more variety. Well, I guess not much more variety because it's all it's tuxedo cats. As I sew tuxedo cats. More color variety. There we go. Because the turtles are cute. They're nice and bright. But also this is like very much fall colors. The other tuxedo cats I just picked out. So good decisions are made today. Maybe. The fate of my Knit City Vancouver has been decided. Should I actually go in and update my wholesale catalog? No. I was like, I should update it before I go. But no, we're not going to do that. That's excess. That's time that I don't have. It's time I don't have. That's time that I don't have. I hold the Dario. I don't have. Dun, 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 dun. We're out of thread. When did it end? Do we at least... Right at the very end of the last bag. Yay, us. All right. No thread chicken, no thread chicken. It ended right where it did. There we go. I told you we'd have to swap this out though. Last one. Literally 2 bags from the end. Of course. Well, I'll get the, like I said, I'll get the next bobbin wound and then we'll be ready to go, I guess, for whatever we're doing next. Whatever nonsense is next. Why are both thread catchers over here? Why did... Oh, because I have my coffee here. But that thread catcher can live right there. To cut our grass. It's like hit that point of like, okay, cut it as soon as we can or else it's gonna be overgrowing. Actually, it kind of already is. I went to cut it on Monday night before Dallas left, and the rain that was not in the forecast suddenly rained. It's like, come on. I got the front and I got the side cut, and then it started raining once I got back and like tidied up in the back. I'm like, God damn it. Why? How? When? It's supposed to be a hot day, not a rainy day. And there was literally a spat for like 2.5 minutes or something stupid like that. But it was like just enough to like break my desire to do anything outside. It's like, damn it. I just wanted to cut the grass. All right, last tote bag, bottom to install hole. Done, 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 done. Da na 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 na. Da na 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 na. Bum bum ba na 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 na. Yay! We're done, and the next bobbin is wound. Yay! Which means I'm actually going to clip it off right now, and we'll swap the bobbin that's on here for the full black one. But that means that like we're ready to go for the next one. White thread off, keep rolling on, or else I'm gonna lose the roll. Here's the thing. I'm like all like, I don't want to be sewing. I do want to be sewing, but like I don't want to be sewing. But I also don't know what else I would be doing right now, because like, what else would I be doing right now? Maybe knitting. Maybe knitting. Maybe. I need to track down needles for my next project, and I'm like, where did I have all my needles in like an old plastic bag from a yarn shop right now. So I need to track down the needle bag, because I need my interchangeables, which I know the case is in that bag, or they're like on the interchangeables I need are on a cable that's in that bag, like one of the two options basically. But yeah, I don't know where it is. And I would have to like, as much as I'm like maybe knitting, I would also have to block or swatch and prep, and like none of that sounds appealing right now either. My knit Joe is low. Okay, well, I guess actually, what time are we? 3:45. Okay, yeah, I got time to do this. So these guys need canvas. I'm gonna throw all the stuff that needs canvas up on the sewing desk up there, because there is a bunch of Kato down here as well. Need it, but I have a whole bin here of bags that need to be done. Now I am 99% sure that all the bags that are in here that have their bottoms installed have also been top stitched. I'm going to actually double check, because may as well. And look at, like, there's stuff that's almost done. So like that's the sort of shit that we're going to wrap up on. There is one more canvas. I'll chuck it over there with them, because then we can add it into a bag that'll work with. Okay, almost done. Almost done. But yes, some of these did actually get paused because we ran out of zipper pulls. So I'm going to blame it on the zipper pulls that I lost momentum on these. And I think that's fair, right? Totally fair. Okay, there's the golden sakura. We are going to match up as many of these as we can. Chocolate bars. Oh, that's why we didn't focus on that other one, is because we have one here already. That's okay. Strawberries. Scottes. Strawberries. Okay, we're looking for top stitching, not actually at what we have here. Sushi Neko, which I don't know why we didn't do that one, because, oh, maybe the red is slightly too blue, too cool of a red. I don't know. Why didn't we do a lot of these ones? Or was it just that I ran out of time, not zipper pulls? Some of them are definitely zipper pulls. Some of it's like, why aren't these finished? Okay. Like, I can understand why this one isn't finished. Although, no, I don't, because we would have picked out that dusky rose color for that one. I don't know. Okay, I know that the purple chocolate bar is in here. So where's purple chocolate bar? Purple chocolate bar. Purple chocolate bar. What's this nonsense? Who knows? Let's put it over there. These ones will eventually be tote bags, but they are not going to be tote bags now. Or maybe they'll be something else. I don't know. Dun 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 dun. There is a danger bag. Danger bag. Oh, that one needs a bottom, which I think that's what the gray is for. So where is the chocolate bar? Where is the chocolate bar? Purple chocolate bar and the royal cats. Royal cats. There is royal cats. This one is a mess and needs a lot of TLC, and I do not see the chocolate bar. Fuck me. And not in a fun way. Not in a fun way. Oh, okay. If I find it, we'll finish it. Whatever. If I don't find it, well, sucks to be me. Okay, so these guys need... They're all top stitch. That was the main bent of this, is like, they're all top stitch. There it is. Almost done. Over here. Needs zipper. Does not need zipper, only needs zipper pull. That's what this step is. Okay. Need zipper. Good. Almost done. Like they have other steps that have been completed. These ones have not. Okay. All of these are top stitched. Excellent. We are going to put them on top. Because they're actually no, we're gonna put them on the top of the bin, because the next step involves zippers and webbing and shit in the bin. The bin. Okay, there we go. Now, off we go with these guys. So this is tedium 102. Okay, but we got 1, 2, 3. We know we have at least 18. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Okay, let's trim these up. Okay, 20. Boom. 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 Oh, there we go. Like, I know this is a more efficient way, but what makes it more efficient? If you go and cut all the ones on the same end, Katie, that's what's more efficient. And then you flip and you do the other end. Shocking. Brains, brains, brains. I swear I'm drinking coffee. Okay, I think that's all of them. If I encounter any, it's not a big deal to turn them later. Okay, so that's 20. We have 21, 22, 22, 23, 23. Actually, so 3, 4, 4, 5, 5. There we go. 6, 6, 7, 7, 8, 8, 9, 9, 10, 10, 11, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Okay, we're just gonna keep going because why not? I figured it out now. So 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, something weird happened there. 26. 27. Okay, actually. 26, because then it like flipped. And then 27. What the fuck happened here? Okay, 26. So 46 so far. 46, 40, 40, 46, 46 tote bags, 46 toty totes. Bum, 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 bum. 46 totes, 46 totes, 46 totes, 46 totes so far. I'd say we're around 60 total. Just looking at what's left behind there. And then whatever's in the bin. I don't know how many are actually like ready to go sort of thing. Quite a few. So we're probably around 75 to 80. Ready to like be finished in the next less than 4 weeks, like 3 weeks. We can do it. We can do it. We've done it before, so we can do it again. Just always hopeful that we don't lose our sanity while doing it. This is, and if you're like Katie, this doesn't look much faster than just trimming it every time. It A, saves us a lot of thread, and B, is a lot faster than having to trim every single bag off. That's why we're also working on, or I'm working on trying to like chain piece the zipper in as well for these guys. So I did it last round. I think we can do it again. I hope so. If it weren't for the webbing kind of getting in the way, it'd almost be better to do the zipper and webbing and then the canvas, but the webbing would get in the way. So just less to maneuver on the sewing desk, but not a big deal. Again, we did it before, we'll do it again. It's all good. Just trying to learn ways to speed up the process that aren't like far off from what we're doing already. Because you can't change everything overnight. Even with my acknowledgement that yes, I need to change some of my processes, they still have to work for me. Oh man, it's almost 4 already. Damn. 26 is 46 is 40, 40, 46. Almost done, almost done. There they've been all clipped apart. 46. All right. Let's untangle these hopefully and figure this out. Okay, there we go. That's what happened. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, okay. So 51 sewn together today, with at least with their tote bottoms. So 51 to top stitch, and then to add into what we already have in the bin. That's not bad. I think honestly that is the sum, S-O-M-E, that I wanted to get before Knit City. I think that's more than enough to add. Considering that last time I think I added like 11. That's not very many. Okay. Now, plunk-a-dunk. Turn this back on. We are going to go with a long top stitch length. This is mostly aesthetic. It does help tack down the canvas in the back, but mostly aesthetic. Doesn't need to be here. That doesn't need to be here right now. Yeah, all that can sit to the side. I'll pull the bobbin thread up. I have the, actually, oh shit. This is supposed to go here. Never mind. This is supposed to go here. There we go. And I need to tighten up my thread stand. Nut. Washer, whatever. Ooh, they've got both roundabouts open now for us. Almost fully, not quite. So they're finishing up work on the big bridge, new bridges, particularly the Highway 22 bridge. It's amazing. So good. honestly, just even having the roundabouts more open has been fucking amazing. They opened them while we're in Victoria, like at Vibrations. So that was really cool. Came home to them being open. Okay, good there. Tighten up this thread stand because I always turn it to actually like thread it. So of course it's loose. It's like not terribly wobbly, but a little bit wobbly. It's also really tough to tighten up from this angle. I was like, we made my mother-in-law and I, we made peach and cherry jam, but my hand was cramping as soon as I started like stirring the jam. I'm like, what the hell? I use my hands all the time, and now it's like cramping up while I'm stirring fucking jelly. Jam, I guess. It wasn't jelly. It kind of went from jam to jelly. Transitioned as we were like filling the jars from this is definitely jam to this is mostly jelly, which I'm not complaining about. But yeah, we actually we got to pick cherries. We didn't get to pick the peaches this year. Peach picking was actually going to open like Friday after we were in Vernon. I was like, damn it. So maybe next year we'll try again. The kids really enjoyed the cherry picking, and they all really like. When I say they all really like cherries, the kids and dolls really like cherries. So we had a lot of cherries. We ended up making 2 cherry pies and 2 cherry pies and then like 6 jars of cherry jam. Best cherry jam we've ever had. It was delicious. And then we ended up with 2.5 peach cobblers and 12 jars of peach jam. So it was a lot of work. Holy crap. It took us, I always underestimate how long this stuff is going to take us, but this was like insanely different from what I estimated. It took us all day to like do all of this. Thankfully, it wasn't like, it was a hot day, but it wasn't the hottest day that week either. So that was good. Yeah, but anyway, got lots of jams. I've frozen the peach cobbler and the cherry pie, 1 extra. Keep it for Thanksgiving, to have a little bit of summer and Thanksgiving. We'll also have pumpkin pie too, but like peach cobbler. Actually, that's a good point. Dallas wanted to host this year, so I guess we'll have to track down a turkey and stuff like that closer to the date. So yes, you could iron these, by the way. Do as I say, no, do, blah, 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 blah. But I find that finger pressing them as I sew tends to do just as well. All my garment makers are like, I know. Press as you go, press as you go. Do as I say, not as I do. Bum, 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 bum. Do as I say, not as I do. how many we've sewn in. Ding, 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 ding. How many sewn? Who knows? Ding, 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 ding. No, I broke the thread there, I think. Oh, maybe not. Excellent. Nope, I did. Did I? Yep. So this is one fail point kind of the chain piecing sometimes, is if they're not close enough together and you end up with the thread significantly between the two. Sometimes it will break. That's my like one big kind of drawback to this system. But it saves enough time on everything else that I'm like, yeah, whatever. And realistically, knock on wood, this has been going extremely smooth anyway, so we're good. The sewing part at least. Maybe not so much everything else, but the sewing part's going smooth. All right, let's finish this one and then we'll do a count so that my brain is happy about little chunk in the work. There we go. That's what we're going to do. So then we had about 60, or under 60 now. I think we'll chunk it into 20s. Yeah. Usually I chunk it between 5 to 10. 10. 10 again. Yeah. We're probably around 55 right now. All right, so actually we'll start from the bottom and go to the top. Let's pop the lid onto the bin properly so I don't damage it. Okay. Yeah, whatever. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3. No, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 20. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10. So that's 30. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 40, 1, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, right, it's 51. Okay, so 46. Yeah, because we've done 5. Okay. So yeah, I'm glad that I was like, I don't know how I got 60 in my head. So it's a good thing that we chunked into 10s instead of 20s. Now this will be a duplicate here, but honestly I think it'll be popular enough that it'll be fine. And this one here with sexy chicken leg cat. And you guys are like, what the fuck are you talking about, Katie? We can't see shit. Turn the brightness down so you can actually see the table. Okay, now the question becomes, will we get these all top stitched before I have to go or not? If I don't, I'll finish up top stitching before we do zippers tonight. We are doing iPad time tonight or TV time tonight because I want to take 2 hours to do bedtime tonight. And that seems to be about the average if I go, well, they seem to be going to bed around 8:30, which isn't bad for their age. I wish they were still going to bed at like 7:30, personally. But at the same time, it's like the eldest was awake at like 11:30 last night because they fell asleep at 7:30. So I don't know, the trade-offs, i.e. 2 hours of work after at least, and then maybe 2 to 3 after that is better than staying in the room for like 2 hours, because neither of them will put themselves to bed yet. But one day, right? One day. I want penguin fabric. Namura has penguin fabric, and I want the penguin fabric. Fabric. I want the penguin fabric, penguin fabric, penguin fabric. There's the first 10 pile done with this one here. Let's see if we can do it. I think we can. I think, honestly, top stitching in some ways is actually faster because I don't have to do any positioning. I just have to make sure, well, I don't have to do any like alignment outside of making sure that this seam line is pressed, even just finger pressed, towards the canvas side. Like that's the most amount of work. And the fact that I need to change my thread already. Okay. How far back does this go? Oh God. That's not good. Shit. Okay. Pull the thread up, pull the thread, pull the thread up. Oh, it's not connected. Okay. It's all good up through those guys. Okay, so we've only missed one bag. Well, we ran out of bobbin thread. On the cats and bunnies with things on their head. Cats and bunnies with things on their head. Hi-ho, the dairy-o, we'll pull it up. And then what we can do is we can retract this thread still. Get out of here. Get out of here. Hi-ho, the dairy-o, out of here. Sweet. Okay, there we go. And then try not to tangle, try not to tangle, try not to tangle up the thread. Boom, 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 boom. Doom, 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 doom. Yeah, there we go. Okay, now swap the bob and swap the. Oh no, it just broke. Okay. I did feel like that was a little bit early, considering that we only really used 2 bobbins for sewing the canvas and the exterior together. I was like a little bit like, this feels like it ran out soon, but what do I know? Obviously, it is going to run out soon, or sooner, because it's not a full bobbin heading in. But, you know. All right. Now back to this one. Somebody's gonna need a good lint roll after this. Especially that one, apparently. Across the road, cows across the road. Hi-ho, the dairy-o, cows across the road. It's annoying when sometimes these are really easy to sew, and sometimes the feed dogs are like, what's this? It's like, what the hell? Why don't you just sew it down? But the feed dogs are not super happy about this fusible interfacing most of the time, so that's what it fights a lot. Oh, that one could use a bit of an opening up on its interfacing. Just right out there, right there. Oh God, the needle's down, Katie. Needles down, Katie. Needles down, Katie. Pay attention to where your needle's at. Causing a commotion. Swimming in the ocean. Causing a commotion because they are so awesome. Okay, that needs to be trimmed because we veered wildly off course down here. So I'm going to add another line of stitching and blend it with the current line. There we go. Whee! Double top stitched. Extra secure. Not like this actually has a lot of stress on it or anything. Well, no, this is not the seam that would have a lot of stress on it, to be honest. $4.30. Well, we definitely deviated from what I was working on earlier with the Kato drawstrings, but you know, that's what I didn't quite know what we were working on today, because we're at that stage where like a bunch of stuff should be prepped to go, basically. And actually after this we'll do the, yeah, that's right. So before I pick out zippers tonight, I will be working on top stitching the drawstring channels and getting them also basted together. So that's one of the big things, because we have a few that still need to happen. Just realized I don't know if I've got lining for those ones or not, or pockets or anything. So there is no more in the bucket, actually, now that I think about it. Oops. But anyway, I don't think we need to actually cut any more Kato. We definitely don't need to cut any more totes. If anything, we'll wrap up on the ones that are currently in process, and then work on some of the new products like the minis and the traveler slings, because they have never been out to Vancouver before, either of those options, because they minis were new last year and Knit City was in Calgary. So I also have a stack of little belt bags here that would be good to get finished as well. And if I headed out now, I could actually go make noodles before the kids come home. So that is what I'm going to do. I'm going to wrap up on this one, which leaves us with 30 bags to top stitch. 1, 2, yeah, 30 to top stitch. So we're just under halfway. And this is definitely something that I can do when the kids are home and they're having some TV time. So when I get back on tonight, we should be working on zipper picking and all that fun stuff instead. Oh yeah, and we can top stitch the cat head pouch as well. We've got the black thread in as well. I'm actually going to try or put them on this tote bin so that I know that I need to work on those. That is the last step for a couple more of these pouches. That one's already been done. Oh, right, I need the drawstrings for these guys done. Okay. So, yeah, that's the current trajectory. Yeah, there's the lining for all the rest of these. I hope the pockets are there too. The majority of them are, it looks like. So we'll pop these underneath here so that that communicates to me that these are also in the finishing pipeline, and we'll work on those when I get back from picking up kids and dinner and all that. So I should, in theory, be back on tonight to do zipper picking. That's what we're going to work on, and then we'll figure it out. What do I have? I've got 3 weeks left. So yeah, zipper picking has to happen because small box bags will take at least a week. And I'm thinking, as much as it disrupts the process a bit, I think we should go in and choose mini traveler sling patterns as well. Simply because then we can just sit down and sew again. And some traveler slings. And maybe the OB bags that I want to make. All right. But that's all nonsense that can happen later. I will chat with y'all in a few hours, hopefully. And if not, I will see y'all tomorrow, hopefully a little bit earlier, just because today was kind of some admin work to do before I got on. Anyway, have a fantastic day wherever, whenever you are, and I'll chat with y'all soon. Bye.